must have got another...
You'll die for what you've done. Death to us! You bugger!
We don't know you.
Oi! You're trespassing!
You're sent.
You won't be more dead. You'll die. What have you done?
Men are here. Their boats are upon the mere beneath the royal standard.
That we should survive the predations of a heretic king, only to fall to the agents of a true believer. But, Brother Osborne, here are you, Lanfred and Aldred, but where is Abbot John?
I cannot say, Father Ignatius. We have not seen him for some hours past.
One cannot easily lose a man on such a small isle, unless that man desires to be unfound. So, he distrusted us to the end. So be it. Quickly, pass into the crypt. When the commissioners arrive, they must find nothing but empty cells and cloisters. We shall weave them a mystery for the ages, for 100 years at least. True understanding awaits you, if you agree to help us. Someone has taken the abbot from us? You must find him. It's more important than ever. True understanding. This is not without recompense. There is much I can offer you. Are you not here in a search for understanding? I can aid you in that. Escape I can also offer you, but know this, that there can be no escape without understanding. I must find the abbot. There is a cave near here where the relics most sacred to our order were kept. If there is any way to find the abbot's remains, that cave may lend a trace to the trail. The druids that swarm this isle now have no understanding of the importance of our mission. Prepare yourself for their hostility. Find the abbot's remains. We must continue his sacred work. The gift of our angel is that of unity of mind and of purpose. Through the industry of the bees in their hives and the angel's blessings, we are blessed with the gift of the blue mead. That mead is the medium through which I am here present and of a single mind with my brothers. No, not yet. The boatman partook of the mead often in his lifetime, as did those of the village. Now they hear the purpose and tend to the abbey, though our voices are a babble for them. We have had our troubles with kings. First, of course, with the heretical King Henry and his persecution of the true church. The abbey was dissolved, but it was too much trouble for the king's commissioners to reduce the buildings as they did elsewhere. Our forebears persevered in secret through the false promise of Mary and her Protestant sister. When the Scottish King James, a good Catholic, assumed the throne, we had hopes. But viperous tongues turned him against us, and he declared us apostate. Before these new commissioners could complete what Henry's could not, we anticipated them. To James and the world we were dead, and yet we live. The fallen angel had come to us, you see, and we were illuminated by a truth more sacred than any within the ken of kings and queens. The scriptorium may still have some surviving books if your curiosity remains unquenched. I will mark it on your map.
Oh, hello. What are you then? Friend, I hope. Don't fret. We won't start anything unless you do. And you wouldn't like that, believe you me. So watch your P's and Q's. Anyone's welcome, unless you're wearing a mask made out of sticks or you're one of them fishy bastards. Well, if you've got any questions, spit 'em out. This is our place. Like Liberty Hall, this is. Outside here. Might well cut your throat as soon as look at you. But in here, we're all pals together. No violence is Mrs. Hamer's rule. That's Jean Hamer, our chief. If you've any business here, take it up with her. Now run along. You can mither her, but I'm done with you.
Well, here's a novelty. A stranger. Look what's washed up here. You'll understand we don't get many visitors, what with the mere and a lack of boats and the island being chock-a-block with peculiar druid fellas. So what brings you here, eh? And don't tell me you're on holiday. That's wise. You have to understand, we don't like killing people, but push comes to shove, we kill people. Just a good general principle not to put yourself on our naughty list. Well, I know how all this might look, but you've stumbled on the only spot on this island where the people won't kill you as soon as look at you. My name's Jean Hamer, and I lead this pack of miscreants. I know what reputation folks like us have on the mainland, but I run a tighter ship in my bunker. The violence stays outside, you see? And fair warning, out there, my crew tends to be on the violent side. It's not personal. Can't blame him when half the isle wants to join us with the soil and the other half have claws for hands. But we're not bad people. Walls go up, zone goes the way it did, we get turfed out to fend for ourselves and they call us the criminals. Maybe we have a right to make a bit of a fuss, eh? That pig Sims and his soldiers mainly, goose-stepping around like a bunch of Nazis. Well, not so much like one. They are an army of occupation. Once he got those great thumping metal men, we couldn't fight those, so we came out here. Robots and deep water don't mix. This old fort is comfortable enough, at least. Some of them scientists were posted out here, we reckon, but they died off soon after the disaster. We're better off here. Far as possible from those druid people, horrible lot, obsessed with the ruins and the monks they say used to live in that abbey. There's something not right about them, something not natural, and me and mine won't have anything to do with them. But I'm starting to wonder about you, stranger. You talk like the zone is brand spanking. Just where have you been the last 5 years, eh? Oh, but we all saw those convoy helicopters come down over on the mainland. You've come in from outside, haven't you? With Bard? Or their soldiers? Another boffin back to poke around in the mess you left, is that it? You better answer very carefully. Your story just keeps getting stranger. I suppose I've nothing against you. It can stay that way, long as you don't meddle in our affairs. We can trade if you're looking for out. Might have something of value to you. Otherwise, I'll see you around. Or I won't. We live day to day in the zone, eh? That thing. One of my lads stole that just to put the wind up the maskers. I've taken a bit of a shine to old Boney. The box he's in will be worth a few quid too if we ever get out of the zone. Anyway, it's not wise to fiddle about with the old monk stuff. I think there was somewhat off about him. Somewhat weird that the druid maskers have caught. Have it locked up with the rest of the monk stuff we found precisely to keep it safe, and to keep my lot safe from it. I've plans, I won't deny it. But the worst note while that interchange place stays locked up. A few of my lot used to work there. Ex-boffins, scientists, you know, escaped by the skin of their teeth before it all went to heck. Safe to say, they're not best pleased about their lord and master sealing the facility tight as a drum and leaving folk to die in there. That Oberon thing, whatever they were working on, that's what led to all this. But if we can't get into the interchange, we're buggered before we start. And I don't see how some wet behind the ears stranger like you can help. Aye, of course you have. And you had tea with the King of Siam in there. You're very keen to get on our good side, aren't you? Right, well, that's easy enough. You'll just have to prove you can do the impossible. I care about my people. Folk cut adrift in the zone. It's because I care that I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. You understand? Show me you're not afraid either. There's some in the zone as would do us all a favour if they stopped breathing. Reckon you can help them with that? Outside the walls it is. Here, it's currency. A truth being ugly doesn't stop it being the truth. A little bird tells me there's one of them scientists who caused all this is still around and about, still meddling. Chap called Dr. Holder. Find him and kill him. Your best bet is to get into the medical laboratory in the interchange to do that. Which is, of course, impossible, unless you're the magician you claim to be. Manage all that, and I'll know you're sound. Maybe I'll even let you in on an escape plan. There's your deal. Oh, but just so we're clear, one hint that you've crossed us, I'll kill you myself. We've been out on this daft rock for 4 years now. Seemed like a good idea. These days it oft-times feels like a mistake, but we see the state of the mainland and it doesn't seem so bad then. Used to scrape around for a living over there. The protocol called us outlaws and came after us. Stuck it for a while until they got those machines of theirs. Didn't like those odds, so we came out here. Since then, it's been a case of quick raids on the mainland when we need things, but otherwise look for a quiet life. That's sometimes difficult when the neighbours are a bunch of odd sorts in masks. You don't get it. I lead them when they need a leader, but I'm not their mother. You might have my ear, for now that is, but I can't speak for them. They do what they like outside this bunker. I won't take them to task for a bit of a scrap. And I'm sure you can handle yourself in a scrap, eh? That's good. Fair exchange. Watch your back out there.
Let's have no trouble from you, all right?
don't know why we're hanging around. We've had all the work nailed down already.
Hands away from weapons.
Secure area. Recalibrated. Access granted.
No, you listen to me. The contamination levels are through the roof. Red lines crossed here, there, and everywhere. This is an emergency. You assigned me to this bloody hole, and I am doing my job. Are you listening? Oh, that's a neat trick. You've changed into somebody else. Very odd. Mind you, everything's a bit odd these days. Anyway, whoever you are, listen to me. You need to take a message. Colonel DeVere reports contamination levels are through the roof. Got that? Through the roof. It's what? The blasted stuff is loose. Just a tick while I check my internal clock. Processing. Wait, that's not the right day, or month, or 5 years. It's time I got this mess sorted out. I didn't get pulled out of a fiery wreck and shoved in a jar just to while away my time in this sewer. And what of my project? What of High Albion? That's irrelevant, and what's more, it's none of your business. But seeing as you're here, you can help rectify the situation. Enough talk. You must take me to the command center. I need to learn all the gen on the current state of affairs. Hurry now. Come on, then. Look sharp.
potential threat. Investigating.
Ah, yes. There was some kind of disaster, then everything went quiet for a very long time. I haven't left this room since. It's actually quite nice in here. Ah, the research base. Yes, now I remember. The work. Very important. Of course, it's all coming back to me now. How could I have forgotten? Windscale. We were preparing to evacuate, and then we went into quarantine, I think. The entire facility, if I recall correctly. Which then begs the obvious question. Who are you? And how did you get inside? Curious. All means of access should have been sealed as soon as the quarantine protocol came into effect. I'm afraid I can't begin to guess what might have driven someone to take such desperate action. It's a clear breach of all established procedure. I suppose who you are hardly matters. The truth is you're here, you appear uncontaminated, and I need your help. My name is Dr. Alexander Keene. I was a scientist working for CORE, the organization running this research base. As you probably noticed, the facility has suffered a catastrophic containment failure, and now the rest of the staff are either missing, dead, or contaminated, and consequently of no help whatsoever to me. After the disaster, the entire facility went into full emergency lockdown, including this room. So you'll have to forgive my slight confusion. You're the first person I've spoken to for a very long time. CORE is the Coordinated Orbital Research Establishment, an organization tasked with guiding the nation's intrepid leap beyond our planet's atmosphere. They run all of the research projects here at Test Site Mariah. Well, apart from the biological laboratory, but that's a special case. There was a highly classified research project being conducted here, a project that ran dangerously out of control. It was difficult to ascertain any real details about the project, even for someone with my clearance. All I had managed to discover was that they had created a new substance called the Red Strain. When the Windscale disaster happened, this red strain broke loose, contaminating the entire site. It is virulent, dangerously psychoactive, and as you may have already seen, capable of transforming otherwise normal people into howling, rage-driven monsters. Don't worry, I'm confident I can put a stop to this madness. I just need to find a way to get out of here so I can put my plan into action. Unfortunately, this door needs administrative permissions from the command center to unlock it. That's where you come in. Impressive work. That means you must have found at least one of my former colleagues already. The head scientists at this base all participated in a project I pioneered, cerebral decantation. Put simply, it was a procedure to surgically extract a subject's living brain from their skull while preserving all normal neural function. We created a unique collective of exceptionally gifted individuals who coordinate the processing department. I have no idea where you might find my former colleagues, but the command center would seem a logical place to start your search. You'll need to retrieve at least 4 of my former colleagues and bring them to the command center so that they can personally release the logs. They may not all come willingly, but I'm sure you'll find a way to persuade them, scrappy improviser that you are. I have limited access to the loudspeaker system from here, so I'll try to guide you where I can.
provided the cognitive bandwidth required to reach permission level 1. You're very welcome. That means you can access one of the sectors of the site. And I see you've already made your mind up in that respect. All sorts of work for the project went on in flight engineering, special tools, control systems, and a great deal more that I don't seem to be able to remember. But look, wherever you choose to wander, you may find some of my colleagues in hibernation, much as you found me. Now that I'm here, it's clear to me that I was but one seat at the table, or so to speak. Yes, we were the processing department, or the boffins, as we were dubbed, with thudding inevitability. Since it's been 5 years, I really should discuss the situation with them, assuming that they survived, that is. It's my hope that my cognitive function will be greatly enhanced with more of my colleagues here. The interneural network will allow us to revive more of the site too. King? You spoke to him? Oh no, that is unexpected. Listen to me, Dr. Keene isn't to be trusted. You should leave him be. I shall not discuss him. That stuff? Not entirely sure. Not our section. And one is told endlessly not to ask about the business of other sections. I overheard it being called the Red Strain, and think it was some sort of experimental mutation of the blue growth associated with Oberon. Intended as a counter to it, perhaps. That's the limit of what I know, or what I remember, at least. Oh, my processing department colleagues can help you with that. Every one of them provides an enhancement to our shared cognitive processing. In other words, only together can we run this site at its highest efficiency. Each will raise the permission level by 1 step, provided they are returned here in one piece and popped into their activation sockets, just so. Oddly enough, no, I've been in a cupboard. Oh, but wait. I can make a guess that Dr. Hartnell may well be in synaptics. He hated working there, and I just bet cruel fate has left him there for 5 years. I see you've already unlocked somewhere else, though. Why don't you potter off there and have a look around? I'm sure you'll find something of interest.
Finally, back where I can do some good. I see this place has gone to wreck and ruin without me.
Perhaps you can help us get things back on track then, Colonel.
I heartily agree, Dr. Spender. So, what state is High Albion in? What's our status?
High Albion? Was that the project? Oh, all in a muddle.
Then it sounds like we have some catching up to do.
There's a rocket? Really? How exciting! Oh, but wait, of course there is. I designed it. How on earth did I forget a thing like that?
Never mind all that. You there, bod with the legs. What are you up to?
Yes, I don't think I ever asked. What exactly do you want? Not sure what you think we can tell you. We've been in hibernation for 5 years, and before that, our work was the project. I'm afraid I can't discuss the project, primarily because I can't remember what it was. However, more is coming back to me now. I'm sure that with the rest of our colleagues from the processing department returned and restored, we shall be able to shed some much-needed light on all of this.
It means we are going to trust you, stranger. Don't let us down. We'll see this place back to its former glory, eh?
And we can offer you extraction in return, a way to escape the zone. Now that the site is at permission level 2, another of the facility sections is accessible to you. Wherever you like. Following your nose has got you this far, hasn't it? You seem to have good instincts. Trust them. Please, try to find more of our colleagues and bring them back. Things to do, systems to monitor.
Identify yourself. You are not authorized to be in this area. How did you gain access to this area? This is a secure facility. That implies that the quarantine is no longer in effect. A favorable outcome. Altering behavioral priorities accordingly. Communication with unauthorized personnel is prohibited. But due to the long-term absence of authorized personnel, I am forced to improvise. I am designated Unit 45. My assigned function is to supervise and secure the pneumatic tube communications array. This is the pneumatic tube communications array. I would have thought that would be obvious, even to a human. Are you here to make a delivery? No deliveries are scheduled for the next inter or out of range days. Or are you here for evacuation? Certainly not in the shape you're in. I don't think you'd be a good fit. All the members of the processing department can, due to their uniquely pneumatodynamic nature. Their liquid enclosures also serve to protect them from the extreme velocities within the system. Transporting them between the many and various facilities of Test Site Malaya and even areas beyond is one of my many duties. If you're not here in an official capacity, do you have any interesting items to trade? I have been given access to the deepest recesses of classified storage. There are all sorts of interesting things still left down there in the dark, gathering dust. Since everyone's gone, I'm sure they wouldn't mind me sharing some of them with you. Perhaps trade them for any interesting new objects you find. There is, actually. The robotic units that incorporate human neural tissue, designated synaptic units, have removable storage arrays that contain a copy of their experiential data. Their memories, to put it in human terms. In the past, I have been used as an interface to this data. I can read the engrams stored within the modules and add them to my own data archive. Bring me populated mentation modules and I can share their information with you. I have an unspecific desire to analyze aberrant data. To put it in human terms, these objects have triggered my curiosity. I will, of course, share with you any pertinent data that I manage to retrieve. Any such transaction would be mutually beneficial. All synaptic units are fitted with a mentation module. However, they are regularly wiped while active to reduce emergent behavior. A blank module is of no use to me. Do not attempt extraction from an active unit. There are, according to my records, 4 units that went offline during the quarantine, rendered inactive under unknown circumstances. An inactive unit would retain archived memory data from time of deactivation. Such data might prove to be useful. Find the deactivated units, extract the mentation module from their chassis, and return it to me for analysis. I will extract any pertinent data and relay it to you. I will retain the mentation modules themselves for archiving and, research purposes. Do not forget to search for deactivated synaptic units. I can provide human-valued goods in return. Query. I do? Honest statement. This unit is functionally identical to all other robotic units. This unit is not aberrant. My neural loom contains an unusually high proportion of organic matter. This can lead to more human, erratic behavior. Please excuse me. Such behavior would lead to premature deactivation. This would be suboptimal. True artificial intelligence has proven elusive. My creators were encouraged to explore more radical solutions. The interleaving of cerebral tissue with variably charged palladium platters led to dramatically improved results. It led to, me. Conversational participants should be aware that any disclosure of this information to an unauthorized third party would constitute a serious breach of the Official Secrets Act of 1911. Sorry they made me say that. Not personally, but the name is frequently indexed within my historical data records. Bard used her research on electromechanical hybridization as the inspiration for the prototype unit that would eventually become, well, me. The fact she was never allowed to work directly on the project is, curious. Historical conversations that took place within my sensory perimeter suggest that her colleagues were sometimes unsure of her true motivations. Be sure to bring me back an interesting subset of the ephemera that you retrieve. To bring me back an interesting subset of the ephemera that you retrieved. eager to bring me back an interesting subset of the ephemera that you retrieved. Do not forget to... The construction of my prototype was a significant stepping stone in that project. This fact causes a variable shift, which I believe is analogous with the human emotion of pride. Mine was the first chassis to integrate donated organic material, a vital step towards full cerebral extraction and preservation. I have only a partial record of the earliest days of my creation, but sometimes, while low power mode is active, I remember walls of glass surrounded by curious, excited people in white coats. I don't know what I am, but they tell me I'm special, important somehow. Rest states can lead to abnormal cerebral function, so it's possible I'm just extrapolating a flawed conclusion from an incomplete data set. This is an algorithmically satisfying object. Object satisfies quality parameters. Statement of approval. I have calculated that this deal is equitable. Be sure to bring me back an interesting subset of the ephemera that you retrieved.
Get away with you. It's all sealed, you dunce. The security failsafes are all ready to trip. Oh, they fired. Well, bless my heart. How very unfortunate. And you're inside. I'll wager you caused a good bit of trouble to do that, eh? Have you indeed? And what if I don't want to leave? Have you considered that? Oh, not that I have any say in the matter, of course. This wretched class jar saw to that. I am merely a potted intellect, if you will. Take me then, if you must. Though I should warn you, you've made things rather difficult for the return trip. You've triggered a whole gamut of security failsafes to gain entrance to this place. Our metal friends shall all be awake now, and no doubt in a frightful bait. They're set to full hostility, you see, and there's no changing that. Not while the site is fully secured, at any rate. I hope your little trip here was worth it. A beautiful marriage between the organic and the artificial. That's how the lead scientist described it. As treatments go, it has more of a right to be described as radical than most. The units, too. Though they're closer to machines than we of the processing department. What a vile, miserable existence. Do this to myself? You actually believe that I wanted this? I used to work for Bard. I was an engineer at Windscale, seconded to work at that interchange, all very hush-hush. I don't remember the accident, but they told me it was remarkably nasty and involved mining equipment. I demurred to learn the details. Waking up to find oneself with the autonomy of a tadpole in a schoolboy's jam jar was not a glorious moment. Only way to save my life, they said. I'm sure. It could all have been treatable for all I know, but that wretched man Keen likely leapt at the opportunity for another guinea pig. They called it a cross-departmental transfer. Gave me a lofty title here at Core, as if that might make up for the limbs they'd taken from me. All that fuss and bother just for me to end up asleep in an office for 5 years. One immediate matter concerns me, however. You. How is it that you're here? But of course, you must have had permissions to get into the laboratory in the first place. So, Gillian is awake, I'm not particularly enthused about any of the probabilistic outcomes of taking me back to the command center. But then I suppose it's up to you, since you're the one with hands. Well, go ahead and take me back if you must.
Plans to do, systems to monitor.
Additional permissions granted. Permission level 3 reached.
Back here again.
Hello, Dr. Hartnell. What is the status at Synaptics?
The synaptic units are active again and being a blessed nuisance.
That's unexpected. My program menu orders had them deactivated after their primary directive. Oh, I remember that. That's good.
I'm delighted for you. But tell me, what about Keen?
Keen? Him. He's elsewhere, I think.
Very good. The more elsewhere, the better.
They assisted us, yes. With their limbs, mostly. How their brains were used. It wasn't very charitable to the higher functions. We tend to regard them as on par with golden retrievers. Well-meaning, but dim.
Listen to me. There is evil at work here, and needs must that it be confronted. The red strain threatens all of humanity.
You're right, of course, we must do something.
And you have a grand plan, do you, Danvers? We must complete High Albion. It is the only way we might get out of this dreaded mess.
Albion! Yes, that's it! I remember it all now. Project High Albion. There lies our salvation, of course. High Albion is a miracle. Oh, how we looked forward to wiping the smiles off the faces of the Americans and the Soviets. It's a space station. Still under construction, but intended, designed, and by God destined to be the greatest laboratory ever envisaged in human history. From High Albion, we could look to the stars. Perhaps even trace Oberon's path and find its origin. In splendid isolation, unbounded by gravity and our brief spans of mortality, anything might be possible. There is a chance the red strain remains contained within the zone. If that were true, the outlook would be brighter. But when disaster struck, those 5 years ago, we learned of an order issued upon the highest authority. An order to smuggle the seedling samples of the red strain out of the site before the quarantine sealed it for good. Now, the samples were still very experimental, very fragile. The most likely outcome is that they died soon after they were removed from their laboratory environment. Combined with the probabilities of the rail tunnel collapse due to the secondary tremors from Oberon, the chance is low, but still exceeds the acceptable.
And in the hands of those dolts on the outside who saw fit to break the quarantine for those samples, the strain might just spell the end of everything.
The threat of the red strain is too large to lead to chance. But High Albion will allow us to find a counter to it. It's the only way to deal with the situation. And we may be the only ones with the knowledge and the facilities to do it. Gentlemen, it's decided. Start formulating our recovery plan. We will launch the rocket and leave this Earth for High Albion. With High Albion reborn, there is finally a way forward. Even if every living thing on Earth were to fall to this dreadful assimilation, we shall be the ones to offer hope of an eventual salvation. Not looking like that, you're not. It was never the intention to carry our fragile human bodies into space. To be blunt, space hates us, and everything about it seems contrived to kill humans.
You need to breathe for a start, and the radiation up there would fry you like an egg in a pan.
We, however, can survive on minimal support. That was, after all, the primary intent behind our current state. And as a corollary, when all that's left is our minds, they can expand to be our whole selves. We are now creatures of thought.
And you may be sure that it's a miserable existence, my friend. Revel in your limbs while you may.
Rest assured, help us up to High Albion, and we'll ensure your safe extraction and transportation out of the zone. You won't be able to join us on this trip, but escape shall be waiting for you, I promise. In the meantime, we need the rest of our colleagues to raise the site from its slumber. Please keep searching for them. It's vitally important. And now that we've a few heads back together, my memories are returning. Oh, it's extremely refreshing. Perhaps I can assist you with any queries you have. Yes, why not? It's so nice not to have to be secretive all the time, especially now that the secrets are coming back to me. The aim and product of Project Albion is High Albion Station, no more or less than a space station orbiting the Earth. It's up there right now, constructed by robots after launches from Woomera, Australia, and a terribly secret rocket base in Kenya. It isn't quite finished yet, but the bulk of it's done. Its aim is twofold. Firstly, to offer a stepping-off point for missions afield, the Moon certainly, but even Mars and Venus. Secondly, it will be the best appointed laboratory in Earth's history, capable of research into any of a dozen different disciplines. If a scientific solution exists to any problem, it shall be found in High Albion. This place, oh, it was terribly secret, although I don't suppose that matters now. Nominally, an RAF research station, engine testing and so forth.
That's how Terry and I first got roped in.
The reality was, it was all a magnitude more ambitious than the main wind-scale site. Bard was tinkering with Oberite. We were running with it. We being the Coordinated Orbital Research Establishment, of course. When Bard's research here began to look promising, Core moved in. Thanks to Oberite and the technologies they developed in the interchange, we had the makings of our very first orbital project. Bard knew very little of our work here, of course. We slot neatly above them in the pecking order. Core, Site Moriah, Oberon, they are the reasons High Albion exists, and us, for that matter. We were created here, and now we have the honour of running things. But, well, when things ran amok, we were quarantined too. Much the same, but a different protocol, you see. No one was to know this site had ever existed. If you wish to be so literal about it, yes. We, the processing department, were in charge of the site. Our logic circuits were designed such that we have great power when all of us are together. We make our decisions as a council, overseeing the site's operations from here. Well, the rocketry and space exploration program, at least, CORE, created us so that we might lead the human race to frontiers never before reached. I appreciate you might see us confined to these glass jars, but in truth, our minds have never been so free. We live throughout the site, and soon we shall live on High Albion in the heavens.
Dr. Spender, I did have just one trifling question. High Albion Station should be sending automated signals, correct? It appears the log is empty.
Oh, blast it! Yes, looks like some sort of interference field in the way. It'll likely play havoc with our electrical systems on the way up. It appears to be centered on the Oberon site. I dread to think what state that's in now. We'll need to do something about that, but all in good time, though.
reminiscent of him. Very partial to training stimulant, Tsar Alexander stayed awake for a long time. That's a lot of punishment for a blob of grey matter to take. That it was self-inflicted hardly ameliorates things. King is the herald of death. King is the savior of us all. Trust him. Don't trust him. Only one thing is certain. Oberon must die. Do not forget to search for deactivated synaptic units. I can provide human-valued goods in return. This is an algorithmically satisfying object. You found a mentation module. I shall add it to my collection. Give me a moment and I'll process this for you. Visualizing an hourglass may help alleviate the tedium. Processing complete. This is the latest data that I have extracted from their memory.
Where are you taking that? Hey, it isn't safe, you fools! Do you hear me? It isn't... Oh, keep your distance. Just who are you? Then why are you here? This whole place is predicated on harm. This was where they worked on something awful. The Red Strain, if that means anything to you. And now it's all in ruins. How long was I asleep? It must have been years. The strain must be all over the site by now. This is a disaster. I don't know the minutiae, but I can tell you that it has a profound psychological and physiological effect on those it contaminates. The research was quite unfinished, as you can see. I doubt that those pulling the strings, whoever they were, intended it to be quite so virulent. Oh, but I remember the samples. They took them. There was a great panic when Windscale exploded, even more so when the Red Strain got loose. My colleagues and I were all dispatched from the command center, and then... my memories are a blank. We are dormant while in transit, you see. I awoke to find that a unit had deposited me here, alone in the silence of the evacuated laboratory. For a short time, I marveled at the place. We hadn't the security clearance to enter here before. I was chilled to see the very samples of their awful experiment on the plinths before me. Then some fellows in ABC suits, protective gear, you understand, came. They took the experimental samples of the Red Strain, and I believe they meant to flee the quarantine. I begged them, told them not to take them out, but my entreaties fell on deaf ears. I've noticed people take one less seriously when one is a brain in a jar. The site must have quarantined soon after. My hibernation system was triggered automatically, and I knew no more. Oh, but we must do something. Will you take me to the command center? If there's any hope of dealing with this, it is with all of my colleagues together. Well, all who are still of sound mind, as it were. We must hurry, quickly.
not forget to search for deactivated synaptic units. I can provide human-valued goods in return. Object satisfies quality parameters. You found a mentation module. I shall add it to my collection. Give me a moment and I'll process this for you. Visualizing an hourglass may help alleviate the tedium. Processing complete. This is the latest data that I have extracted from their memory.
Contamination was roundly ignored for my pains, almost as though it was intentional.
Really? Fancy that?
Additional permissions granted. Permission level 4 reached.
Is that Keen? Surely not.
Hello? My connection to the command center is back. Permission level 4 has been granted and the lock has been released. Quite brilliant work. Now, it's vitally important that you don't plug any of the others into the system. We don't need them seizing control. Rendezvous with me at the train yard immediately and I can explain my plan to you more fully.
Ah, the ubiquitous Dr. Keen. I thought he was gone.
I mean, I thought he was deposited somewhere out of the way. The fact he is awake is unfortunate. Stranger, ignore him. You must not go to Dr. Keen. He'll just make a mess of everything again. He is unreliable, and if you start listening to him, well, don't. That's all. Keen should be left where he is. Believe you me. He left us little choice. We were all at risk if Core was to return here. We couldn't afford the repercussions. The red strain is dangerous, and though it is contained in the zone, for the moment at least, we cannot guarantee the same is true outside these walls. If those samples really did make it out in a viable state, Keane has done enough damage already. He will only turn us away from the path to High Albion. He cannot be trusted. Because some terrible thing should be confined to the past, we must look to the future now, to the stars. If the world is to be flooded by red, then High Albion shall be our ark.
Well said, Gillian.
Please forget about Dr. Keane. Find our final colleague and we can complete High Albion. Then you can be freed from your prison and we can set about saving humankind. Things to do, systems to monitor.
Arbuthnot, our chief engineer, sterling fella. He's the one we're missing. The chap had a workshop all of his own. It was down in the tunnels, under the launch site, if I recall.
Very little, I'm sad to say. We weren't included in their biological meddling. Someone higher up was pulling those strings. All I do know is that it started with the organism they found at Oberon. They brought some of it here and redesignated the building you found me in into organics. The experiments had yet to succeed. All creatures the red strain contaminated became violent and quite out of control. I've no idea of the strain's intended purpose, but I doubt it was that. In the end, they barely had 2 months of work on it before Windscale went up in flames and we were quarantined like the rest. Good, you're here. Quickly, unlock the door. Finally, I can be free of this cursed contraption. Thank you, my friend. You may not understand it yet, but you've given me the opportunity to finally put right a great wrong. A happy side effect of my experimentation with the training stimulants. The acceleration in cognitive function that I experienced dramatically reduced my need for regular rest. I have no need to slumber in hibernation as the others do. The processing department never truly understood the precarious nature of their situation, how vulnerable they were. It's time to put an end to this horror. You must by now have realized how destructive the Red Strain truly is. The catastrophe that would ensue, should it be released, is frankly inconceivable. You and I are the last hope of bringing an end to the horror that this facility threatens to unleash upon the world. We must eradicate all traces of the Red Strain, once and for all, while we still can. Fear not, my friend. I have a plan to do exactly that. They each might have been brilliant in their own way, but they are lacking in resolve when it comes to what's truly important. They want to stew in cogitation, calculating every conceivable variable before ever daring to act. We do not have the luxury of the time that would require. There's so much more at stake here than you can possibly know. It's not just this facility that's in danger. The threat is far greater than that. The disaster at the Windscale site sent the whole base into a panic. But all that the organization cared about were their precious research samples. In the midst of the unfolding chaos, they secretly loaded 2 trains up with Red Strain samples in order to transport them to a different facility, one just outside the zone. It was, frankly, an act of desperate madness and a clear breach of all of our existing quarantine protocols. Then, something went catastrophically wrong with the sentry robots, and in the ensuing chaos, the Red Strain was released onto the base, triggering an immediate emergency quarantine. The second train was stopped by the automated quarantine, but there's a very real danger that the primary evacuation train left the facility, with samples of the Red Strain on board. An excellent question, and one that perhaps demonstrates just how little regard they have for human lives. Certainly it makes them unfit stewards for such raw potential power. You see, parts of the research into the Red Strain were being kept deliberately quiet, even from the processing department. That was in itself suspicious. Then I started to hear whispers of research subjects presenting with wildly different symptomatic conditions to those we had witnessed. Worryingly different. Via a combination of gentle diplomacy and outright coercion, I managed to gain access to a small part of the classified research that they were keeping from us. Even that limited extract made it clear that the Red Strain has far more exciting and dangerous properties than simply inducing homicidal rage in test subjects. It creates a form of shared consciousness, diffusing information amongst contaminated minds to form an organized collective awareness. In short, many become one. They were researching ways this could be used to influence anyone, from subtle behavioral adjustment all the way through to full subversion of free will. In layman's terms, we're talking about mass mind control. I'm sure I do not need to explain to you the horrifying implications of this technology falling into the wrong hands. I need you to understand that, in case there are no right hands. Which leaves us with no other option. To eradicate the Red Strain once and for all, we'll have to destroy the quarantine zone and any other test sites in the region. I understand your hesitance to unleash such wanton destruction, of course. But you must understand that this is the only way to truly protect the world beyond this beleaguered corner of the kingdom. I've been inside this tank for a long time, my friend, with nothing to do but think. If there were another way, it would have occurred to me by now. You may rest assured of that. I discovered where they planned to take the samples. There's an ancillary base, Test Site N, located outside of the zone, built specifically to further expand red strain research. If the samples survived the trip, and we must assume they did, however unlikely that may seem, then they will be in secure storage at Site N. If we are to truly eradicate the strain, we must destroy Site N and every other clandestine test site in the region, not just the quarantine zone here. It's the only way to be sure we can finally find a use for the processing department's precious high Albion, that giant white elephant of a space station that they've got hanging abandoned in geosynchronous orbit above the zone. Once I'm connected to the command center, we can activate the Apollyon contingency. It's a contingency plan to scuttle High Albion. Designed as a measure of last resort, it will deorbit the station and bring it crashing down into the ocean. From the command center, you can redirect the station towards the Lake District instead. We can take out the quarantine zone and the rest of their damn test sites in one fell swoop. I know how apocalyptic this must sound, but you have to believe me. It's the only way to be certain of eliminating the red strain for good. If it breaches containment, everyone could lose their autonomy. Humanity's free will, gone. Just like that. We can't let that happen. No, I had never planned for a way out. It didn't seem necessary. I'm so sorry, I know what I'm asking of you, but sometimes sacrifices have to be made. I understand the gravity of what I'm asking of you, but you have to believe me when I tell you, this is the only way. My life is on the line here too, but I made the decision long ago that I was willing to sacrifice myself to stop anyone from spreading the red strain's curse any further. And to do that, we have to destroy it all. Not just here in the zone, but in the other sites across Cumbria. We must be ruthlessly thorough. And waste yet more time arguing with those fatuous fools? Very well, but please plug me into the command center first. Then we can talk for as long as you want.
What's going on? Do not forget to search for deactivated synaptic units. I can provide human-valued goods in return. Object satisfies quality parameters. Another module. Excellent. I'll proceed with data extraction immediately. Give me a moment and I'll process this for you. Visualizing an hourglass may help alleviate the tedium. Processing complete. This is the latest data that I have extracted from their memory. Do not forget to search for deactivated synaptic units. I can provide human-valued goods in return. This is an algorithmically satisfying object. I believe this is the last of the missing modules. This should allow me to read previously inaccessible areas of system memory. Once this module is consumed, there will be no more left to process. I will be careful to savor its fresh, uncorrupted sectors. I am sharing all of the data I find with you. My tertiary imperatives beyond that are not relevant to the efficient completion of your objectives. To quote Einstein, I live in that solitude which is painful in youth, but delicious during the years of maturity. A sentiment I fully endorse. Give me a moment and I'll process this for you. Visualizing an hourglass may help alleviate the tedium. might say your body prevents you from joining them. Perhaps your luck will change.
Alert! There has been a Class 4 security breach at the detention facility. All escaped detainees should be tracked and contained using any means necessary. Alert! A containment breach has been reported at the detention facility. Strategic Contingency Plan Indigo 9 is now in effect. Report to the Armory for additional supply.
Is somebody in here? Good Lord, I can hardly believe it. Alan Holder. Alive and kicking. After all these years. If there's one thing I admired about you, it was your persistence. Are you just gonna stand there? What is it you want? That.
Hello to you, whoever you are. I'm Sergeant Terry Arbuthnot. That's me in the jar. I'm hibernating at the moment. Please leave me be. At least until all the conniptions with the red strain are over. Or just leave me here for good. I'm not dead, just sleeping. Just like it says on gravestones. But honestly, I'm really just sleeping. I'm happy enough. Leave me be, please.
Indigo 9 is now in effect. Report to the armory for additional supplies.
It went as far as outside the wall. For you, that's very far indeed. How far did the trek go? How far will the red strain spread? The north of England succumbed to a red menace. The world. Or perhaps the samples are safe and sound in the next valley. The uncertainty is thrilling, isn't it?
Is that Keen you have with you? Please do not plug him in. Let's talk about this.
Didn't you listen to my message? No one was ever meant to find me.
At ease, Arbuthnot. You're back with us now.
Oh, Colonel Danvers. You survived. Oh, sir. It's good to see you. You have no idea.
We're all here. Thank the Lord.
And thanks go to you, stranger. Your faith in us will not go unrewarded. Alexander was a dangerous influence. He's only ever acted impulsively and destructively. I cannot overstate my relief that you chose to help us, rather than Dr. Keen.
The snake.
Otherwise, well, I shudder to think what he would have done.
Keen's hubris would have seen us all doomed.
Gentlemen, we are close to our goal now. All thanks to our benefactor here who has made this moment possible.
Now we must address the task at hand. We must get the rocket to launch readiness.
We'll need our friends' help.
Of course. Won't be quick, I fear, but we'll manage it.
There's no limit to what we'll be able to do with High Albion fully operational. The rocket launch tower must be prepared.
Please, make your way down there and ensure the power is distributed to the rocket systems. After all, there's the small matter of Oberon, and then we can all step into our new lives.
I've been working on the interference field issue, Dr. Spender. I believe that a sample of Oberite might provide adequate shielding for us on the way up. Oberon's the source of the interference, and this is one time we can use fire to fight fire.
Excellent work, Sergeant. Then Oberon is your final port of call, stranger, once the launch tower is fully prepared. Ensure you are prepared yourself before you venture to Windscale. It will be a difficult journey. Is that Keen you have with you? Please do not plug him in. Let's talk about this.
Dr. Keen? Then it's all over.
What have you done?
Enough. Now that I'm here, there's no further need for pointless debate. Is there, Dr. Spender?
Absolutely not, Dr. Keen.
It's good to be back.
Permission level 5 reached. Site status changed to operational.
They've clearly come round to my point of view, as I knew they inevitably would. Ask them if you like, they'll only tell you the same thing. Whatever you decide is for the best, Dr. Keene. This plan might not be as elegant as Albion, but it's the only hope we have of eradicating the Red Strain. If I could do it alone, I would, but clearly I need your help. Are you with me? Here, now, at the end? You're willing to let ignorance and squeamishness run roughshod over logic? The calculus here is chillingly simple, my friend. Do what must be done, or the whole world will reap the whirlwind. Billions will die. Can you honestly live with that much blood on your hands? Can you? Tell me that.
My apologies. I'm very sorry that you had to be here for that. I know what you must be thinking, but Garrow is not innocent in this. She doomed the whole project with her recklessness. And when the chickens came home to roost, she trapped us and saved her own neck. She left us to die as if we were an embarrassment. Witness to the horror created by her hubris. Somebody had to do this, and I'm the last one left. Garrow was a manipulator. If you try and use her, she'll end up using you. We don't need her. Believe me, we must turn our attention to what lies in front of us. To be back in this place is the last thing I was expecting. It's monumentous. It's a miracle. Now finally we can finish all this. The last step is simple. I have the sample now laced with my toxin. You'll need to find a way to spread it to the source of the growth, into Oberon itself. It must go in at the root to poison the whole organism. Using the poison sample is the only way we can be sure of killing Oberon. We have to be sure. Do you understand? We have to be certain. There was plenty of equipment set up to analyze and mine the Oberite from the meteorite shell. Some of that gear might still function and provide a way to place the toxin at the core. Excellent. Here, take this sample. Take the poison sample to the Oberon site. Restoring power to the interchange will gain you access to the Windscale plant and Oberon. But once you use the toxic sample, things will get hot out here quickly. We'll need to escape as soon as is humanly possible. If you have anything else to attend within the zone, I suggest you do that before then.
Oberon must die. Die must die. Oberon must die now. Destroy the wind-scale plant. Destroy Oberon. If Oberon is dead, then the way out will open.
Believers.
Oh, you dirty!
You have succeeded. You took a risk. Now, Oberon is dying. And you have earned your reward. A way out. Go back to the beginning. Go back to where you awoke.
Watch yourself, civvy. Let's not have any trouble.
You made it! I owe you every thanks. The country does. Damn it, the world does. The infernal whispering in my mind that has dogged me for 5 years, they're fading into silence. Blissful silence. Do you understand? The toxin is working. Soon the interference field will come down and people will begin to arrive from outside. There may be some awkward questions when that happens. People who haven't lived through what we have might not understand why we did what we did. Come on. We should leave before they arrive. It's better for us to stay hidden. Trust me. For the moment, we're potential specimens, not people. Now, are you ready? Stay close. There's a secret route out here. With luck, these wretched blue eyes of ours will fade over time. Until then, we'll need to hide where no one can find us. Come on.
You helped Dr. Alan Holder in his plan to create a special toxin to deal with Oberon. It certainly seems to have worked. Now you may leave with Holder, although his plans only ever extended as far as killing Oberon. You left quite the trail of carnage, didn't you? But sometimes violence is necessary, I know. You listened to good advice and wise words, which is to say, my advice and my words. So many shoot first and ask questions afterwards. Not you, though. You opened the crypt and then moved on. Now you may leave with Holder, although his plans only ever extended as far as killing Oberon. You left quite the trail of carnage, didn't you? But sometimes violence is necessary, I know. You listened to good advice and wise words, which is to say, my advice and my words. So many shoot first and ask questions afterwards. Not you, though. You opened the crypt and then moved on. Always fun opening boxes, isn't it? Just ask Pandora. I wonder how things will develop now you've opened the crypt. Time will tell, it always does. Well done, opening up an area infested with a malignant experimental growth. And then, well, that was it really, wasn't it? You opened the way for the red growth to spread, and then just left it to its own devices. Well done. The poets shall sing of your heroism. Oberon is dead, poisoned by your hand, and a potent toxin developed by Dr. Holder. The interference field should rapidly fade now, and perhaps the outside world will finally see what has happened here. So ends the quarantine.
The woods are dark and the woods lie deep, and the woods are home to